ready to win, and with an overtime goal in 89 seconds into the extra session, the Warriors became state champions again with a 4-3 victory, which is the greatest comeback in North Carolina high school soccer history. They finished the season as the number 2 seeded team in the entire state of North Carolina across all classifications and won their second state title in 4 years. Coach Brooks, thank you for the investment you have poured into this team and program, and congratulations to all of you guys on your accomplishment. I don't know, is Coach here?
And once again, congratulations to you on a great season, a great comeback in that game. I was able to watch the live stream of it. It was awesome. Also, I have a little bit of jealousy with all of the nice blonde hairs and stuff. But here's the certificate of recognition. The certificate is proudly presented to the Western Alamance High School men's soccer team. So I want to hand this over to y'all, and anyone who's here with the team tonight, administrators, parents, friends, and everyone, would you please stand to also be recognized at this time too? And also, Coach, if there's anything that you want to say about your team.
First, I'd like to introduce every member of the team real quick, whether they're here or not. We have Isaac Hernandez, if you're here, if you just want to give a little wave. Eamon Hips, Abraham Canyo. There you go, Eamon. Caleb Shutt, Smith Johnson, Hurston Hernandez, Caleb Akers, Grant Backus, Blake Backus, Connor Johnson, Noah Barrett, Boston Cornell, Camden Oliveira, Luis Guerrero, Caden Vicinanza, Dominic McNerney, Frankie Maya, Noah Rouse, Jonathan Beltran, Francisco Perez, Brian Villanueva Herrera, Seamus McCoy, Joshua Lush, Carter Kaffenberger, Alan Reyes, Hunter Dungan, Jackson Trollinger, Kevin Merlo, Rusdale Vargas, and Tyler Anthony. And real quick, I'd like to just say how proud I am of you guys. Every student athlete aspires to win a state championship in whatever sport it is that they play. And for you guys to do that twice in 4 years is something not just to be proud of, but it's historic. You guys represented ABSS well, you represented Western Alamance well, and I'm really proud of you guys. I'd like to say thank you to the board also for having us here. It's a great honor, great recognition for these guys, and we're really proud of it. Thank you.
Here you go, Coach. And James, have you already got the photo? Have you already got the photo? All right, can we also just get Principal Bryant to come up and take a photo with the team and Coach?
Everybody in here. 3, 2, 1. Look this way, please.
It's part of the uniform now.
Congratulations again.
All right, I'd like to invite our friends from the Alamance County Health Department to help present the next recognition to Tammy Troxler. Tammy is our lead nurse for the district. Come on up, come on up. And she has been named the Alamance County Health Champion Award recipient. Here tonight are Tony Logidice, Director of the Health Department, and board members Dr. Ann Riley Caldwell and Mr. Richard Blanchard. Thank you. Come on up. And feel free to say anything about the award. And Tammy, they have a microphone. Oh, stand over here. There's a microphone.
Good evening, ABSS School Board members and Dr. Fleming. My name is Dr. Ann Riley Caldwell, and I have the privilege of serving as a licensed pharmacist representative and the vice chair of the Alamance County Board of Health. I am joined today with Mr. Richard Blanchard, who is the board chair. On behalf of the Health Board, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for your ongoing support of the Alamance County Health Department's mission. That's to promote health, to prevent disease, and to ensure compliance with the North Carolina General Statute 130A-152. This statute requires that every child in North Carolina, unless exempt by a law, must be immunized against preventable diseases such as diphtheria, tetanus, whooping cough, poliomyelitis, measles, rubella, and others. Each year, the Health Department and the ABSS staff work in close partnership to uphold this law, ensuring that the immunization records are thoroughly reviewed and that children are properly immunized before entering kindergarten, 7th grade, and 12th grade. The dedication and hard work of many within the ABSS have not gone unnoticed. Their unwavering commitment to protect the health and well-being of our community's children is both admirable and deeply appreciated. This evening, we are honored to recognize an individual who has gone above and beyond in advancing the values, the missions, and the goals of public health. It is with great pleasure that we present the Public Health Champion Award. I will now hand things over to our Health Director, who will share the spirit of this award and announce this year's deserving recipient. Thank you.
All right. The Public Health Champion Award was created to honor individuals in our community who recognize the importance of public health, even if they do not work directly in the field. This award celebrates those who embody and help advance the values, mission, and goals of public health through their work and their dedication. Tammy, an employee of ABSX, exemplifies these qualities through her diligent efforts to ensure that students have the necessary vaccinations to attend school. She works tirelessly to provide access and opportunities for parents and students to receive required immunizations, demonstrating her commitment to preventing school suspensions due to unmet vaccination requirements. Tammy's passion for her work is evident in friendly demeanor, respectful interactions with everyone she encounters, including health department staff, parents, students, and her colleagues, and her unwavering focus on customer service. Tammy collaborates closely with the health department to plan and execute large-scale childhood vaccination events at local schools. These events target areas with low vaccination rates and the highest risk of student exclusion, using data-driven decisions to prioritize efforts. Her dedication, teamwork, and focus on the community health make her a deserving recipient of the Public Health Champion Award. We congratulate you, Tammy, on this award.
Is there anyone here with you this evening, Ms. Troxler, that we can recognize and stand? Well, is there anything that you want to say about receiving this award?
It's definitely an honor, and I don't know that I personally deserve it. It is a group of nurses that come together, and the health department is just wonderful to work with. So,
thank you for what you do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we get y'all all up here so we can get a photo?
speaking of which, I'm pretty sure she was with me at Western until 11 p.m. Back, see?
3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I bet you your name. All right, and our last recognition this evening, last but not least, is our Community Spotlight recognition. And tonight we are spotlighting the Alamance Community Foundation. Gavin Stevens is the executive director. If you'll come on up, Gavin. Gavin is the executive director of the Alamance County Foundation, Community Foundation. ACF exists to strengthen Alamance County through collaborative giving. They have been a partner with the district for many years and help their donors allocate resources and funds to ABSS. Most recently, they have worked with Impact Alamance to secure $40,000 in matching funds for all ABSS Donors Choose projects. And this has resulted in multiple fully funded projects across the district, benefiting our schools, our teachers, and students. So we are very thankful for our community partners and excited to recognize ACF tonight. Thank you.
So, Ms. Stevens, we got a certificate for you and also a little gift. But also, I just want to say our community partners are a big driving force with our school system. It's very important with our school system. And we're just thankful for everything that y'all do for us, with us, and along with this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers and Ms. Atkins. At this time, we will move into the public comments portion of our meeting. We have two speakers this evening. I will take a minute to briefly review our board policy, section 2310, titled Public Participation at Board Meetings. These two speakers are no stranger to the podium, so I know that they are fully aware. Profanity, making threats, or revealing confidential student or personnel information will not be allowed. To our speakers, please be sure to address the members of the board with your comments and not the audience. To board members, please remember we do not respond to speakers except to request clarification of points made by the presenter. To the members of the audience, we ask that you refrain from clapping, snapping, or vocalizing at any time during public comments. Per board policy, individuals signed up to speak may do so for 3 minutes, and the timer will chime at exactly 3 minutes. And we do ask that you plan accordingly and respect any additional directions given. When your name is called, if you'll make your way to the podium and state your full name for the record before you begin speaking. And our first speaker is Al Seagraves.
Good evening. My name is Albert Edward Seagraves III, and I'm here tonight just to discuss the Alamance Burlington schools, the academic performance over the last year. We have approximately, 22,080 students here in the system. Congratulations to the early college. They graded out an A, that's fantastic. Third out of 640 high schools. Terrific, top 0.5%. And then you get down to the rest. I mean, where are we with the other 6,087, well, there's 6,087 high school students. So where are we with the other 21,859 students? That's what I'm here to talk about tonight. When you take a look at it, ABSS is ranked 174 out of 242 public school systems in North Carolina, which is the lowest 29th percentile in the state. Turning to the next page, it just reiterates, where we stand. North Carolina DPI, they do their grading on end of grade, 80%, 20% is academic progress. They work on a 15-point scale. You can see it there. Where did we end up this year? 1A, 3 Bs, 17 Cs, 13 Ds, and 4 Fs. If you look back the previous 2 years, you can see that there's been marginal progress. If you take a look at the next page there, we have 40% of our schools that are low performing. That's 15 schools out of 37. If you go on to the grade school rating, this is an independent group that rates every elementary, middle school, and public school, high school through the United States. Marvin D. Smith, congratulations to those folks. They're rated 7 out of 10, which is very, very good. You can take a look, and the reason I chose these folks, this is the area I live in where my grandkids are going to go to school. 7 out of 10, you can see 58%, 68%, 85%, well above the North Carolina percentile. 66%, 74%, fantastic. Grove Park Elementary, 2 out of 10. extremely poor. Oh God. Then you can go on. I'm at Hillcrest Elementary. I'm going to let you go through it. I prepared this for you. I also went through all the middle schools, the high schools, the charter schools.
Thank-
Culver Gardens in there, as well as River Mill Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Seagraves.
9 out of 10.
Thank you, Mr. Seagraves.
You're welcome. That's facts. I hope that the board takes a look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Seagraves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you for the information.
No
Our-
problem.
Our next speaker is Ms. Lilith Stewart.
I'm back. My name is Lil Stewart, a 7th grader at Alamance Virtual School. Can you believe we are already done with half of the school year? We have been having so much fun just being young teenagers. ABS just had our very first middle school dance. It was amazing. Even with all the schoolwork and the fun events, I have missed coming and speaking to you all. Tonight, I want to come and welcome Dr. Fleming, Tamika, and Avery to our ABSS family. You have some pretty big seats to fill. Dr. Fleming, I hope you are prepared to keep ABSS on the right track. Dr. Harrison and the board fought very hard for all of us. They did not give up or give in. I am hoping to see the same amount of effort from you. I may only be 13, but I understand more than you know. I like studying all the slides and charts that are presented at the meetings. I will gladly point out issues that I see, just as some of the wonderful people sitting up there with you. They can fill you in on some of the past meetings. Tamika and Avery, I look forward to listening to your ideas and hearing how you both will be standing up for each and every one of the students, teachers, and staff. Last but not least, to all of you that have been here through the extremely rough and exhausting year and a half, thank you. We've got through it and hopefully moving in the right direction to show everyone what student-centered, future-focused really means. The budget discussions for next school year will be coming soon. Please think of every student, school, and staff member while looking at the planned budget. Stand up for all of us. Keep moving forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Lilith. Yes, Mr. Engel.
if I may, I'd like to ask Lilith one question for clarification.
Okay.
Young lady, what do you plan on doing once you get out of school?
I know I'll probably still be coming to the meetings.
I think we should recruit her as a teacher, real quick.
I was going to say either teacher or board member, one of the two. Yeah.
Thank you both for coming out this evening and being with us. I believe at this time, Mr. Engel has a motion for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I would like to make a motion that we enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we will move into closed session. We are back in open session. At this time, I will turn the floor over to Dr. Fleming, our superintendent, for our first presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and good evening, board members. This will be my final time coming before you on my 90-day entry plan. I did get this complete within 90 work days, not so much 90 calendar days, but I did want to come in front of you one last time and let you know that we will be working on my goals within closed session for my evaluation, and that will be the final item to be checked off on the plan. So as you see it now, you have completed by everything except for the board priorities with the superintendent. And that will be checked off maybe tomorrow morning when I get into the office. The main purpose behind the entry plan was really to get me introduced into the school district and our staff and our community, and understanding what we have to work with as far as resources, not just fiscal, but human resources and really resources that the community brings within the school district. And so that's where the three objectives came from, the collaboration and relationships. I have been amazed not only by the number of individuals I've had an opportunity to meet, but by the quality of individuals and those that really believe in our school district and know that leadership really makes a difference. And that would be not just public officials, but also business and industry, civic groups. I've been fortunate enough to join the Rotary here, and so I have been very blessed to come in contact with so many different folks. And so that was objective one. Objective two is really where we dug into academics, instruction, and where we need to go. I think we've still got some work there to continue to dig on and identify, but I understand where we're at this point and what we need to move forward. And then finally, objective three was really on the resources piece, the money, facilities, and really what we needed to make sure that our staff and students have good places to come to work and to learn. Again, I've learned a lot. I've been very open. I know I was in our joint meeting, very open in maybe good ways to find some opportunities for improvement as well in what I see in our school buildings. And so I have enjoyed kind of, I don't know if they call this the honeymoon period. Hopefully that hasn't ended yet. But I have enjoyed the first 3-4 months here in the school district and really look forward to a very strong future. And I've learned a lot and happy to answer any questions or discuss anything in details. But I see where we need to go, and again, I keep saying it, but very fortunate to have the opportunity to lead this school district, and I know, and to work with all of you, and I know we've got great places we're headed to.
Thank you, Dr. Fleming. Questions, comments from the board?
Good or not?
Yes.
I was just going to
Yes,
make
Mr.
a comment
Rogers.
to say to Dr. Fleming, appreciate what you done in the 90-day entry plan, on your progress that you done made through the entry plan and the meetings that you've been able to meet up with various people in our school system, but then also the people that I know that's outside of our school system that has talked to me about meeting you and getting to talk about things with you, and hoping to keep the ongoing relationships that it seems like you done started with some folks and even with some people who were a little bit out of the mix with our school system that now are getting back into the fold with our school system. So just want to say thank you and appreciate what you've been able to do in your time of being here, and looking forward to what you're going to do going forward with us.
Yes, Ms. Harvey. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Rogers.
I also want to say thank you. Thank you for just showing up. Thank you for being out in the community, willing to build those community relationships, because we know those things are needed to continue to improve what we need improved. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for just being the leader that we need. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Mr. Engel?
Yes, and I'd just like to, agree with both my colleagues here, and you're doing a great job. I've seen you on the football field twice this year, and you're getting out, and I'm getting a lot of teachers are saying very positive things about you, and that means a lot to us in the school district. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Anything else from the board? I think, just echo, I think we all probably feel the same way. We appreciate your leadership over the past 90 days and look forward to a very long tenure with ABSS. At this time, I will invite Mr. Messer, our Chief Financial Officer, to the podium for our next two presentations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, superintendent. Before you tonight is the contract for the 24-25 external audit. I know that the audit was just presented at the last board meeting, but I'm trying to get it back on schedule where they come out and do compliance in the spring and do financial in the fall instead of trying to do it all at one time. It'll be local funds to the extent of $79,500, not to exceed, which is the same exact price of the audit from the previous year. I'll be glad to answer any questions regarding the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Messer. Any questions from board members?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Messer.
As we see here, I've already got the first email requesting information. The next item is the 24-25 budget resolution. Typically, the budget resolution is brought before the board sometime early fall. But considering my arrival and the circumstances, it is being brought before you tonight. If you recall, a couple of meetings prior to this one, I mentioned that I would bring a different format change that would try to give you as a board more information as to how we as a school district manage our funds. Typically, a school district manages their funds quite differently than how the law requires the board to adopt a budget. So let me see here. As you see on the first part of the budget resolution, you'll see a much more condensed piece. This is what meets the legal requirement for adopting a budget by Board of Education. It just breaks it out by purpose at a high level. And what you'll see behind it, which I'll go through in a little more detail, is the detail of each one of those budgets based off the different type of programs that each school district has based off of its funding sources. Before you tonight is a total budget of $303,211,471. $183 million of that is your state public school fund, which is right here at the top. And the detail to that, here you see the different programs. You see classroom teachers make up around $70,413,312. You can go down the line. You have non-instructional support personnel, which is custodians. That's where you pay for some of your substitutes. You have school building administration, which those are positions that are allotted at the state level for principals, and some APs, depending on the number of students that we have. I'll skip down to another. You have voc ed, $8.4 million. The CTE, they get quite a bit of money allotted to them each year. A little bit of school technology fund money. You'll see foreign exchange teachers. Actually, we're not really allotted money for foreign exchange teachers. What we have to do is trade in classroom teachers at the average teacher salary, so we can pay for those and which helps pay for the contract in which we are allotted or able to attain international faculty. Low wealth supplemental funds. Just really bringing a comparison to last year's budget to this year's budget really was like apples to oranges based off the way you adopted a budget. So Basically, there was an increase in your state public school fund of 2.3%, and the majority of that relates to the increase in low wealth funding that was received by the district this fiscal year. And you can see PRC 32. When I say PRC, that's Program Report Code right here. And you can see children with special needs, we get allotted just shy of $17 million in the current fiscal year. Trying to highlight some of your larger ones. And this PRC 71 is the supplemental funds for teachers, which was paid out to teachers this past December. I know there were a lot of questions from the board members about that and staff. So when I go back to the big picture, you see the local current expense fund here, which is money appropriated by the county, $54 million. Typically, you'll see a balanced budget between revenues up here and your expenditures. But if you recall at the last board meeting, we had to budget revenues in excess of $1.6 million to cover the deficit that we had. So you'll see that we've got $54.3 million budgeted on the local side, and then we only have $52.68 in expenditures budgeted. When you go to the detail, you can see here what makes up that $52 million. The classroom teachers here, PRC01, that is your supplements that are paid to staff in the district, which is the largest piece of the local budget. You can see operations and maintenance. It takes a lot of money for upkeep of the school buildings. And this year we did something a little different. We broke out utilities into a separate PRC. You'll see PRC 800 here, Program 800. That is all the utilities within the district. Usually, in the past, it had been combined with 802 operations and maintenance, but we broke that out this year. You'll see 885 financial services. That pays for all the insurances that the district has, property, workers' comp, financial software to run the school district, things like that. So I'll stop there before I go to the rest of the budget. Are there any questions related to the state public school fund and the money that we receive from Alamance County? Is this format a little more helpful? Sure. Okay. All right. I'll add one thing. You see original budget here. Whenever I bring a budget amendment back to you later in the fiscal year, you'll see two additional columns to the right of here. You'll see the change, and then you'll see the amended budget right here to the right. So you can see where money's being moved, if we move money from one program to the other to cover actual expenditures, because each school district is different. So our needs might be different than what Caswell's needs are, Chatham's needs are, and we're able to transfer some of those allotments based off if we have any money left in those. So go back to the condensed version, federal grants fund. I'm bringing before you just shy of $26.5 million of federal money. You can see those two budgets balanced there. When you go to the detail, that right here, federal grants, you can see that the majority of that money is Title I and 6B handicap, that is exceptional children, as well as the remaining ESSER money that was spent before those monies sunset back in the fall. Now there is a 54% decrease in federal funding compared to last year, and it's all related to the sunsetting of ESSER funds. We'll go to the capital outlay fund. You can see $16.5 million. Our money that we give for just operations is a little over $3 million. We got $5 million this year because we had some technology that was purchased. So the difference is bond money and money from lottery funds, which are basically just accounting entries on our book. That's not money that flows through the district. You can see here bond projects, capital reserve money, public school building capital fund. Those monies are just accounting entries on our books to meet sort of generally accepted accounting principles. Go back to the main condensed version. School nutrition, $15 million budget. The detail breaks it out by object, not by program, because the school nutrition department is the program. So you can see the detailed line item based off of how their budget is done. You have the director and supervisors and office support and the different types of personnel expenses. It is a decrease of 3.2% compared to the prior year. We changed some accounting practices and did some more firm budgeting procedures, and we were able to lower that budget to make it more precise. And we get to the daycare fund, $2.3 million, and the other local current expense fund, which is generally made up of Medicaid monies and grants received at the district, 5.9. And those funds are relatively constant when you compare it to prior years. In the detail here, you can see how that's broken up by school for the daycare fund and other local current expense fund. You can see money collected for driver's education, ROTC, there's your big one, Medicaid, direct services, and NC pre-K. And that is the budget for 24-25. Entertain any questions?
Thank you for this level of detail.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good.
Really appreciate that. Questions from board members, comments?
I can't remember when the state gets final things like allotments and numbers and that kind of thing, 3% versus whatever. This is with assumptions built in, or when is that expected, or when do we get an update with that?
So this right here, these numbers here are actual budgeted numbers. Allotments are complete. Now we may have like some additional small allotments that come throughout the year, and there may be a couple more. I know that we'll get one more transportation allotment that'll kind of tie up that piece of it, but this right here is the majority of the state money that we will get this year.
Okay, and things like, actually, let me think about how to ask my second question, and I'll ask my third. As far as tracking the change in electricity usage from all the dehumidifiers, I don't know if you have at the top of mind, or we could do this offline, whether it's following the predicted path. I know as HVACs come online, we expect to not have to run as many dehumidifiers, and so the electricity usage should come down a little bit. And I don't know if you have any comment you can make just in that area.
So I do know that with conversations with my colleague, Mr. Hooks here, is that we are on target for the amount of utilities that we're budgeted. Do you want to add anything, Greg, to that as far as?
Speak to that one.
Uh-huh. The reason why I'm referring to him, I wasn't here when those discussions had with the county as far as the increase in the budget for utilities.
Understand.
I'm not sure if I'm on or not. So the dollar figure that Tony has up here for utilities is inclusive of the water bills, natural gas, propane, electricity, and also some fuel oil that we use at Sylvan. So we're, like he said, we're feeling like we're on track to meet that budget number. We watch that monthly as the invoices come in, and we're also sharing that money with the county commissioners through the OSC meeting. That'll occur this Thursday. Mr. Parker, in regards to your question, I don't know that we can directly track how much increase we had from running dehumidifiers, because at the same time we started running those, a lot of equipment started up. We added chillers at some sites through the ESSER projects, and we added fresh air systems at ESSER project sites. So we actually have more equipment running now than we had a year and a half ago. So to me, it'll be a wash. The new thing's running, and maybe running dehumidifiers a little bit less. But regardless, I think we're going to meet the budget number and be fine.
Okay, great, thanks.
I have a question around with the daycare funds on here. What is that talking about? Like our after school, before school programs? What I guess like what is that fund? What does that entail?
So the daycare fund operates just like a school nutrition fund. It is a proprietary fund that runs kind of just like a business, but it is you want to, Ron, do you want to? It consists of your after school and for.
Our schools. We have middle schools and elementary schools that choose to have before school and after school drop off, or they may just have after school for families that work late, and they charge a certain amount. A lot of times our teachers may work it, or there may be retired folks who may want to come in and work. Different people work it, and we charge that, and then the money that's collected go to pay for the folks who work the daycare, may pay for snacks, different types of things that are inside there. It also allows the schools, especially schools who maybe don't get extra Title I money, this gives them extra dollars to, I'll give you an example. I know a school who used it to pay for an extra month for an AP to work to help schedule in the summer when their AP was only a 10.5 month. It allowed them to work extra to be able to do that. So that's the extra money to be able to do those types of things, or maybe they paid for tutoring on a Saturday.
They have a lot of flexibility with those funds.
Thank you. And then the next question, not sure for you, Mr. Messner, or maybe for Dr. Fleming, because this was the thing I know that came up when we were talking about the budget last year. So I guess if y'all have heard of any talk around, because we have to put in our requests with the charter school request of funds. So is there any talk around the fact that the charter schools would have to make their own requests outside of ours?
So right now, the charter, when a student goes from from a traditional public school to a charter school, so they go from ABSS to a charter school, wherever, the per pupil amount travels with that student. They don't have to ask anyone how to spend that money. It's pretty much fully flexible. Where we have these PRCs, they get to use those funds however they want. They don't have to stay within the PRC. So anything they want above and beyond what us or other school districts are sending that charter school, they typically would get from fundraising or from the nonprofit that runs that school, which is why oftentimes in charter schools you'll say, hey, they got a really nice playground or they got something really nice. Some cases it may have been from the money that followed the students, but many of those also have charter management organizations and other groups that then will fund those where we don't necessarily have that. And so it may be a foundation, a nonprofit of some sort. So they would go to them for anything, them or the parents, for anything additional above and beyond. But they do not have to ask us how to spend their money. They have full flexibility.
And that's because of like what's been laid out as far as through the state.
That's charter law.
Yeah.
Charter school law.
Yeah, and they don't have to advocate for that money. We do all the work for them because they get it per pupil basis.
And I think that's important. I appreciate Mr. Messner
That's a sore
saying that.
subject with us finance officers because they just get to receive the money. They don't have to work for it.
Yeah, when we go and meet with the county commissioners and have joint meetings and really put out there the requests that we really need, they get a cut of all that, and they didn't have to ask for a penny. That's correct.
Dr. Parker?
One more question. I was trying to find I know that the funding for school resource officers is complex and there's a big web of things. I see there's a line as far as state funds, and I'm not seeing any local funds, and I know there have to be some there, and I didn't know if you could help me just kind of find the total cost of the district.
So there's not, other than the resource as far as the SROs, there's a small grant that's in the state which you found, but here in ABSS, the remainder portion of the SROs are being paid with at-risk dollars, which is state PRC 069 right here, 403. We use that, and there's some local dollars that are put with it. As far as there's not a specific line item, it is just paid out of one of the groups of of dollars, such as this amount here as far as 885 with financial services. You see that large dollar amount, so that supplements the remaining portion which you're not allowed to pay out of the state. It's kind of like a piecemeal as far as the SROs go.
Got it. And I'll
Safety budget.
Mm-hmm.
Safety funds.
So would it be possible, and not right now, but maybe in a follow-up email, to get the sources of SRO funding broken out?
Sure.
That'd be fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from board members?
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will invite our Chief Academic Officer, Ms. Ravonda Johnson, to the podium for our next presentation.
So good evening, Chairwoman Graves, School Board, Dr. Fleming. Tonight I'm here to bring you the proposal for the 25-26 academic calendar. Again, I want to remind you of the state requirements as we go through these. The Board of Education, which is you, should adopt a school calendar that consists of 215 days. So we have to make sure that whichever calendar we go with has 215 days. Those days have to include either a minimum of 185 days or 1,025 hours of instruction covering at least 9 months. It has to have a minimum of 10 annual vacation leave days, the same or an equivalent number of legal holidays occurring within the school calendar, at least 2 optional work days where staff can take annual leave. 10-month staff cannot work more than 215 days, and that's important. Veterans Day must be a holiday for all public schools, and of course by April 1 we need to report for the upcoming year the start and end dates of our school. So these are the 2 calendar drafts that we presented. I do want to share with you just a couple of things just to point out, and then we're going to come back to this. There were a couple changes made. One was because after looking at the feedback, when the second survey went up, there was a concern about just some extra instructional time in calendar B for the first 9 weeks. So when we looked at that, we were able to adjust the calendar, and we moved the ending of first 9 weeks in option B. The 9 weeks would end on October 27th, and then the October 28th would be when the schools could have their progress report pickup. We know that some people are going to say, well, you should have made Halloween the work day to do that, but you can't have progress report pickup on a Friday night because we all know that's football night. Truthfully, we're helping parents by keeping them in school. They won't eat candy all day. They'll just eat candy at night, and won't throw up as much on Saturday. So we're probably helping parents. So that's why we did that. The other thing that is a change is in optional B. In order to meet the 215 days that we have to have, an optional work day was added in June at the end to meet the 215-day rule. So that is the two changes. So if you look at the survey, we did do a second survey to make sure we put in the requirements that you guys shared, that this is going against what the state of North Carolina permits. So draft 1 would begin the school year anywhere 1 to 14 days earlier than the current state legislation permits, though it would allow students to complete the academic school year by the end of May. And draft 2 pretty much is with our traditional calendar, with school ending in June. If you look, predominantly the folks who took the time to take the survey, 58.6% of them wanted to go with option 1, which is starting early August. And then 41% wanted to go with option 2, which is our option B calendar, which is the traditional start. So that was the survey feedback. We did want to share some of the feedback on the drafts. These were just lifted directly from there and put on here without us changing anything. There's some where there was quotes, and you can read them. I don't have to read them to you, where folks said, you know, we like the idea of starting early. However, vacations may have already been planned and booked, and it may be hard to get out of those this year because it is getting kind of late. A lot of them, especially those that had high school kids, liked the fact that their kids would be taking exams prior to the winter break, so that during the winter break they didn't have to worry about studying over that. Some people were concerned about breaking the law and the fact that, you know, our financial status right now is not where it needs to be, so dealing with a lawsuit may not go well. The others said, you know, we like that calendar, but could we wait till next year and implement that and give us a year so that we know it's coming, and that way we don't book vacations. So pretty much a mixture of that. You can read that for that piece of it. Before we go back to the other calendar, though, there are two things that I definitely want to point out for you to consider. Both calendars, regardless of compliance, align with the district goals for student achievement. No matter which calendar is adopted, student achievement is the priority, and that's what we're in school for. So regardless of which calendar we choose, it's every minute counts, and that hasn't changed. It is imperative that we vote on a calendar tonight. One of the things that has us sitting here in front of you concerned is we are moving to Infinite Campus next year. So for those of you that have been parents in the district or still parents in the district, you know we use Power School. We use Power School to do attendance, to put grades in, the whole 9 yards. The state is doing away with Power School, and next year we go Infinite Campus, full speed ahead. Don't stop. We don't have a choice. We are on hold moving us to Infinite Campus because we don't have a calendar. Every day we wait to get a calendar, we're further and further behind. Now, we feel like, you know, we're working overtime to try to make sure we're ready so when we do hit the ground, but I'm not going to lie to you, we're all nervous because we've heard good stories from people who've moved from Infinite Campus, but we've also heard the nightmare stories. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. So I cannot say enough to you that right now we are stressed. So I hope that you will take a vote tonight and not delay this. So if we go back to this, a couple things that have been asked. Why does calendar A have more hours than calendar B? Well, option A has 1,077 hours, and option B has 1,047 hours for a difference of 30 hours or 5 days. The reason why is when you start early, which is what we're doing here, and we're trying to get exams that last week in December you're trying to test and we lose, we at the high school level, that is not an instructional week really. We're really testing that week. So we need all the instructional days that we can get. So if you look, option B has a work day in September and October that doesn't fit in option A. And I know there were things that said, oh, well, give them a work day. They need a work day. Well, we don't need a work day because we lose instructional days when we take check-ins. Well, then don't give check-ins. We need check-ins. Check-ins show us what our kids know and what we need to remediate, what do our kids already know so we don't necessarily have to spend that much time teaching. So we need some of that. Also, option B has 1 additional workday in August and 2 additional workdays in June that option A does not have. You remember, we cannot go over 215 days. So I can't go and add more days into A because we don't have money to pay for it. And they can't work over 215 days. So both calendars only have 215 days. So we could go in and try to work it, but remember, we're talking about instruction for young people. So if you look, and you're trying to give EOCs, CTE exams, I teach Art 3. Art 3 matters. It doesn't matter that it's not an EOC. If I'm going to go be an artist and I want to be a graphic designer and own my own company, Art 3 matters to me. So whatever my art teacher is giving me an exam on, I want to ace it. So I need that instructional time for that. So you're wiping out that whole week. So that's why those instruction minutes matter. So that explains why for you guys, I know that is a question that I had gotten asked for that piece of it. We had a little bit more flexibility down here, which is why like in February, we know that February is a gloomy month. If you live in the Midwest, there's a lot of mental health issues because the sun doesn't shine as bright in the Midwest because of the dark. Here, it's depressing because it's either raining or sometimes the sun doesn't shine here. We know people need a break. So we gave a work day during that February, an optional day so that people can have that break. But it fit better there because we do have a little bit more time because of the way the calendar is set up. But by doing that, it's less time here. But we know that teachers can make that happen. Also, calendar law says that since we're not using the days, we're using the hours. We have to have at least 1,025 hours. At this time, we are over in both of our calendar options. So if we're fortunate enough to continue to get some good winter weather, thank you, Jesus, for those of us that like cold weather, we in calendar A are over about 52 hours. So we would have some banked in case we get a hurricane in September, a snowstorm in January, and whatever comes in the spring. And then in calendar B, we would be over 30 hours so that we would have some bank time if we needed that. And like this year, we've needed it. Questions about the calendar?
Questions for Ms. Johnson?
I mean, I will say February also coincides with Lent, and that's a morose in its own kind of level as far as, but yeah, I appreciate the break in a second. As far as, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. One thing I hear from students and from folks is kind of what is the longest stretch without any kind of break or whatever. And I wasn't sure which calendar, if you can eyeball it or I can look on my screen if you knew kind of between the two.
I think for all of us, it's more than likely, right, like here in February, March, that is an awful long time. And then when we get that April, when we get spring break, and we come back, it's not as bad because May, if you're a high school student, if you're doing AP testing, IB testing, then you're doing EOCs, life's busy. Little people, not as much. They're little. They're just growing and they're all over the place. I would be very tired. If I were a little people teacher, this would be my stretch. I'd be like, oh.
Okay, if I were an AP teacher, which schedule would I prefer as far as, days and that kind of thing? And
I mean, I think they're going to make, if they will make any of it work. Because to be honest with you, if you guys vote, no matter what you vote for, we're going to set a schedule to keep going because once we got recognized by the state this past year, we're going to just schedule our kids where it's going to fit for them. Okay. So like if you voted for calendar A, we're going to try to get a lot of our AP courses in second semester because there's a lot of days there. If you vote over there, we could do either one of them, so it wouldn't matter.
Okay, so really 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Pretty much. Regardless of which calendar, every minute has to count in ABSS.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Dr. Parker. Mr. Engel?
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, in terms of the discrepancy between our current calendar and the community college, how much of a problem, if any, is that?
Currently, this year, there isn't really, because this year what has happened is some of the classes that they do, they're on our schedule. We were able to work with them and they're on our schedule. The ones that aren't on our schedule, we knew it was coming, so we had worked it out with them how it would fit into our schedule so that we could cover it, so it's fine. Early college started early so that it didn't impact them at all. They've always had a different schedule anyway. And then next year, I'm going to talk about this in my next presentation. Regardless of which one you choose, it doesn't matter. It's going to be messy anyway.
Thank you. I'll wait to ask you questions when you finish your next presentation.
There you go.
Thank you.
Any other questions for calendar? For Ms. Johnson, conversation?
So I guess this is this the time? I mean, there are kind of two levels to the discussion. The first is, which would be better from, the AP or other standpoint versus we need to adopt a calendar, and then kind of bringing some of the other considerations up. I don't know which, when that's appropriate. I mean, is it now pretty much?
Yeah, I would say any calendar discussion would be appropriate now before we, start entertaining pathways.
Okay. So you waiting on one of us to talk?
Yeah, whoever, this is open dialogue, so we can all kind of figure out what calendar.
Well, when you look at the number one, several things. An earlier start, it allows schools to complete an entire semester of instruction, related to final exams before Christmas break. And just to give you an example, I had a senior at a school that I happened to see out just out in the community, and he graduated in December, and he was enrolled to go to college. I said, I thought you was in college. He said, well, I had to come back and finish in January, finish in January, and I'm sure there's probably something that he could have done where he didn't have to do that, maybe, but that's one example that I would bring up. Another one, of course, it does align us with the community college. That's the reason for the early start does, and that's the reason I asked that question, because a lot of these students, they do want dual enrollment, and that gives them that opportunity to earn that college credit. And then the third thing I would say is the flexibility allows a lot of these kids not to have learning loss. Yeah. Not only during Christmas, but during in the summer also. When you think about it, I know I had a math teacher in college, and my wife had the same one. Her name was Cheryl Holt, and some of you may remember her maybe, but she didn't want to go to the next step in math until everybody was on board. And that made a lot of sense when you think about it. Well, how about these kids that are off in the Christmas break and they're fixing to go back and take maybe a math exam? Is that going to be hard on them? Some of it is, when you think about it. So that would be another reason. I know there was, I looked for studies. I've looked for them. I found one, and it was back in 2001, and it was Rockingham County. And they went from the late schedule to the early schedule, and they looked at their test scores. There was a 39% increase in the total grades in the short session, in the early session. Excuse me. And what was at the top of the list? Math and chemistry. So, and that makes sense to me. It makes perfect sense. So that's three of the things I'd like to talk about, and I'm gonna let somebody else talk while I get my thoughts together.
Thank you, Mr. Engel.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Well, one of the things that I just want to bring up when thinking about the calendar is the fact of us as a public school system have an opportunity to have the flexibility of our calendars. And, of course, there was just political things that just went on, and a part of that, people were out talking about various school choice, and you saw more funding that went to private schools. Just a second ago, we was talking about funding with charter schools, and they end up with that flexibility around their calendars and stuff. And public schools charter schools always talked about they are a public school. And now with private schools getting funding from our public tax dollars, they still do not have to abide by some of the same accountability standards and different things that we do as a public school system. So I guess I'm saying all that to just say that it is disheartening to me that I know charter schools was originally put out there as there's something to try different things out, different curriculums, different calendars, different possible programs, and then we can see how that works, and it probably come back to the traditional public schools. But then we don't really see that happen. They're their own entity within themselves, and it's a disheartening thing that that as a school system, not having those options and flexibilities out there and stuff too. That's what I would love to see going forward, is the flexibility piece for us, because at the end of the day, it's about our students, it's about their outcomes, it's about their achievement, and being able to set our calendars around thinking of our students as a whole is a big thing for me.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
One comment question, Ms. Johnson. So we've got two options on the board, correct, at this point in time? And I love throwing kinks and things, so I apologize for that. If we had another option, whereas we kick this can down the road to 26, 27, to give our community to reflect and to change their habits, to give our school system an opportunity to implement the new, not from Power School, but implement new processes and procedures, how do you feel that would be received academically if we adopted calendar one, we moved that calendar to 26 to 27? Would that provide more opportunity for our teachers and our staff to grow into the new calendar and for our community to become more acclimated to that academically?
I think from the feedback that we have been given, the main reason for option one, the hesitation, is the fact that vacations had already been planned. So I think, teachers who've already booked vacations, staff members, principals who've already booked vacations, to say to them, you can go ahead and be off, then there would not be people there to teach and start school, because we would already be started. And so, right, that would not be good. So, adopting option two to start now and option one to start a year later, that would at least solve that problem, because people would have a year out to plan. That's my personal opinion. That's just Ravonda's personal opinion. But I do know that has been a concern of people's who have said, I don't know if I can get my money back.
Well, the lion's share of feedback I've had from administrators and teachers and staff is that what you've just stated, that they've already booked their, as we, most of us have booked their vacations year in advance, and they do support option one. However, they want to make sure they have time to lay in to get into option one, and therefore that would be the 26-27 calendar year. So,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Marsh?
So, Ravonda, I guess this dovetails off of what Avery just said. So if we did option 2 now, could you guys have us a calendar, maybe the next board meeting, that we could go ahead? Dr. Fleming had said this, I think, in the work session. He said that he would really like to have us start going and adopting like 2 years instead of 1 year at a time. Go ahead and adopt 2 years. So could you all, by the next board meeting, have a calendar for the years, after this coming calendar that we're working on? Could you have something like that for us to look at? And I think what we're really saying here, if we do that, you've got almost 60% of our community. These are moms, dads, teachers, grandmas, grandpas, the entire community. Almost 60% have said that they like option A, but they have concerns about this. I think this would be 75% of our community would love to see option A, because everybody can get on board with what Dan said. 2001, Rockingham County, if we tested kids before we went to the Christmas break, we had a 39% increase. Who couldn't get behind that? So could you guys have something like that ready for us the next board meeting?
Yes, sir.
Because I would be interested to go ahead and just take care of both schedules.
Well, I think what Ms. Johnson said was they really need a calendar for next year ASAP. So I think we have to at least pass this year's.
I think that's,
And we could signal the intention, to do that for the next calendar. But I think so if we're going to pass one this time, I think is the in many ways the topic at hand, since I don't think we have a 2-year available.
Dr. Fleming would like to ask a clarifying question.
For Mr. Marsh, if we develop a 26-27, I don't know that I can count that high, 26-27 calendar, I don't know that we can have it by the work session, but it would be the regular February meeting a month from now, if that's good, and we will work hard to do that.
That would be awesome. I mean, I'm prepared to do something tonight, but I would like to go ahead and have our intentions. If we are all going with option 2 because of the lobbyists, the tourism lobbyists trying to slap our hands. I wonder if we'll ever have the state, the lobbyists, and everybody on the same page to put the children first. I wonder if we'll ever get to that point.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh.
And I'd like to expand.
Mr. Engel?
on what
Mr. Engel?
Dan would be good. I'd like to expand on what Chuck was talking about. Folks, I was a police officer for 40 years. And, the law says, that, calendar 2, that's the law of the land. But there's more to it than that. And, in the public, they may not have that understanding, and Christy's going to print it, so I want to get it out there if she hadn't already. And thank you, Christy. But when you look at Leandro, everybody remembers the Leandro decision. There was a piece in the Leandro decision that said, and it was non-monetary, means it's still there. It's been through court proceedings in Wake County all the way to the North Carolina State Supreme Court. And it basically says that by 2022, the General Assembly and all these other factions will have a calendar, an early calendar for these school districts. Now, if I'm saying it wrong, Adam, tell me, but I think I got it right.
Well, it said that the General Assembly should give calendar flexibility to school districts. It didn't say what it needed to be.
in other words, give us the opportunity to set a calendar other than the one they're saying, which, oh, by the way, 29 to 31 state school districts out of 115 has already opted out by themselves. They have voted. These are the ones that voted to defy what state law says. So there's a lot of folks out there that said, "Hey, we want this." And the last time actually that it went through the General Assembly that I could find, where it made it through the State House, the vote was 102 to 2, and that was in 2023. They passed it 102 to 2, and that was with 45 Democrats and 68 Republicans voting for it. Well, they send it to the Senate, and it goes into the Rules Committee, and it dies. So I'm not throwing rocks at anybody, but we got to do better than that, folks, in our General Assembly is the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think to kind of echo what folks are saying as far as the community, I mean, we took very seriously the survey and understand that generally in the community that, 60-40, it's hard to get that many people in favor of almost any public policy. And, I think if we had a year's notice, it would be even higher. It might be 75 or something like that. So, it definitely, I mean, it looms large in all of our minds. I mean, we're here to represent the community and then also to, to really keep a laser focus on what's best for the kids. And it seems like there's a lot of, it would be difficult to convince me that it's not better to take exams in December. I mean, I was a student for probably too long, and I know that taking 2 weeks off, there's no way, even if you're very motivated, have high executive function, there is no way you can make yourself study over Christmas break in the same way as you are the couple weeks up to it. So I think we would have better academic results in the district, and we're being compared to districts that are doing this, and so in many ways it's an apples to oranges as far as test scores. So anyway, I think just to add that to the conversation, I think there are a lot of good reasons to do this and really one reason to not.
We'll go to Ms. Harvey and then to Mr. Marsh.
I just want to say that when we make these decisions, it's just best that we keep our students and our staff and the people who work inside of these schools, that we keep them, first, because that's what it's about. It's not about us. It's not about the state legislators. It's not about none of them, because at the end of the day, we have to do what's best for our children. And I'm just going to piggyback on Dr. Parker right here. The retention matters, okay? What they retain when they leave for Christmas break, and it really matters. And I just can see those test scores soaring, knowing that they're going to be taking exams before they go to Christmas break. That is phenomenal to know that's going to happen, because I don't have a kid that comes home and studies the 2 weeks that they're out for Christmas break, and then they go back and they're rushing to try to get some information in their brains to take an exam. And at that point, they're struggling because they've been out of school for 2 weeks. So I just want to keep in mind that it is always best to do what's right for our children and for the ones that are in the schools each and every day.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Mr. Marsh.
So I'll wrap my part up with this. So we had a gentleman come in here during public comment, and he talked about how terrible our scores are, okay? And we have seen some growth, okay? There's been some incredible growth in the past 2 years. I've seen, I really look at that kind of thing. My wife is an educator, and we see that. But here's the problem. A lot of the community, the county commissioners, the state, moms and dads are all saddling us with making the decisions, and our cabinet and our teachers and principals to make a difference to grow those scores. But at every turn, when we say, all right, we saw that in 2001, Rockingham County went up 39%. But we can't make that change because they've tied our hands. They've tied the educators' hands to where we can't make a difference.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Any other comments, questions?
So I was thinking maybe if we pick a calendar, whichever one that is, and whichever motion comes up first, if we could do maybe a clean motion to approve a calendar, and then I or maybe someone else might have a follow-up motion just as far as comments. If we're I don't know if we're at that point yet. As far
Okay.
as
Is everybody good on their comments at this moment? If so, I think I'll make some if that's okay. So just to echo a lot of what my board colleagues have said, you know, it is increasingly hard or harder the longer I sit in this seat to manage and meet the expectations of everybody. And, you know, when we put the calendar survey out there and we start hearing from the community, particularly the second one, when we've got the actual options to look at, and I went to a community group of young people, and when I got done speaking, some of the moms were in the back of the room, and I asked if they were ABSS parents, and they said yes. And I was talking about the calendar. And the survey was still open, just encouraging them to do the calendar. And overwhelmingly, they were all for option one. And I reminded them that option one was a violation of the law. I said, so you're okay as a board member if I were to vote for option one and it's a violation of the calendar law? And the mom looked at me square in the eyes and said, I thought you were elected to represent our children and do what's best for them. So now as board members, the 7 of us have to sit up here tonight and decide, are we going to do what's best for our kid, our children, our staff, our educators, our academic performance, student-centered, future-focused? Are we going to follow the law when I'm not really sure that, you know, we talk about Leandro, we talk about the Supreme Court ruling, you know, but then we also have to think about the implications. You know, we don't have a fund balance. You know, financially, emotionally, I don't think any of us want to fight a lawsuit. But it's hard for me to sit here and ask the community what they want and hear that majority. The law was the same law and the same implications when we talked about this in November. I think we opened the survey on the 26th. We talked about it in the December meeting a little bit. We opened up another survey last month or 2 weeks earlier when we talked about it. All of this stuff was still out there. We all knew these were possibilities. And I just have a really hard time finding where that balance is so the community knows that we value their voice, but we also understand that we did take an oath to follow the law. And at what point do we say enough politics in our schools? Our leaders are, I mean, I applaud anybody that runs for public office, I promise you. But our kids have to come first, and there is no, this is just a hard one for me. I mean, honestly, I'm nauseated right now. I mean, it's really weighed on me really heavy because I don't know how to vote. The community needs to know that we're listening to them. Or why do surveys in the future? But do I also have compassion and empathy for those that have spent money for vacations? Absolutely. But where do we draw the line to say, you know, we have got to do what's right for our kids? And, you know, I applaud Representative Rydell and Ross for pushing this bill every opportunity that they get. The leaders in Raleigh, I appreciate what they do regardless of which side they're on and where they stand on any calendar. But at the end of the day, we are all supposed to do what's right for our children. And I'm just really struggling. I don't mean to go on a monologue, but I just, you know, this is hard, guys.
Yeah, and Sandy, I think what you're talking about is what I feel like a lot of people is supposed to be running for public office for, is to represent your community. And running for the school board is to put the kids first, put the schools first, and to think about them first. And so what you're talking about is the actual fact of listening to the people who you're put up here to represent, and to go about things representing them, and not looking at a outside entity trying to influence that whole fact. And like you said, the politics in the school is something that continues to go on. It's continuous of the fight, and us as a board are always trying to be that stopgap of it's gonna stop with us. Like we can't keep on allowing for this to continue to go on, but then we always end up in these challenging moments right here. So thank you for what you said, though, Sandy, and I just feel all the words that you said, because that's what we're up here to do, is to represent those people.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Engel?
And I agree with you 200% on what you said, but sometimes we have to use logic and reason when we're thinking through the entire situation. And when I say that, I'm talking about things you brought up. When you look at our fund balance, is it going to be maybe better a year from now than it is right now? And I think Mr. Messer would say absolutely. Because we're going to get sued. I'll just go ahead and say it. I'll go ahead and say it. That's coming if we do this. It's going to happen. So I know the attorney's probably going to kill me for saying that, but that's going to happen because we've been told that. But that's the one thing. And then the other thing, there was a lot of folks that when they filled out the questionnaire that said, well, look, we've paid for vacation. And I know families where once they go on vacation, then they'll start paying again for the following year, month to month to month. They make payments, and if they go to losing that, even if it's only 5% of the people or less, still, that's that many people that has created, a problem in their lives. And there's talk about, the kid could stay out of school 3 to 5 days during that week. Yeah, we don't want to do that, folks. So, if we could wait, this is something we're starting new. So why not go ahead and continue it till 26, 27, stay on the same schedule this year and move on. If they hadn't decided in the General Assembly in 26, 27, I don't care. We'll go ahead and do it and let them sue us.
So, question. So and this is no disrespect, Mr. Engel.
Listen, I respect everything you said.
But what I hear and I agree with some of those comments, but what I'm hearing is you're okay getting sued next year, but you're not okay getting sued this year.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
What I said was, when you look at serving the public, and being a good steward here with the school board, then it would make more sense to wait to 26, 27 to do that once we are getting sued, A, and B, in terms of folks that have got plans, they've already paid for plans, we're not disrupting their lives in any way. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Plus fund balance.
Yeah.
Well, further, I think that there's momentum in the state to allow flexibility, and next year it might be a better opportunity as far as pressing along certain areas. I would be willing to make a motion just for a clean approval of a one-year calendar, and then maybe we could have a little bit of follow-up discussion. I don't know if folks are ready for that, or
I'm ready.
Okay, yeah. I make a motion that we approve calendar option 2, which is compliant with state law.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt calendar option 2. Any discussion?
1 calendar year, correct?
Yes.
For 1 calendar year. Correct, Dr. Parker?
Can I make a secondary motion behind that?
You can make a separate motion, or you can ask Dr. Parker to amend his motion.
I'll make I'll come behind him.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to adopt calendar option 2 for the next school year. Is there any discussion? I will make a comment in the discussion period. I'm trying to think what comment how I want to say this.
So I have two comments prepared based upon whether the motion succeeds or fails.
Okay.
So.
My vote on this motion is because I feel like I'm doing what's right for the children, not saying that any of my colleagues are not. Those that have planned vacations that could have the financial impact, I certainly empathize with that as well. And I certainly understand that there would be a potential violation of the law. So those would be the reasons that might influence my vote. Dr. Parker, did you have a comment before or after the vote?
I have a comment after the vote.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment before we take the vote? Okay. All those in favor of calendar option 2, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I believe that was Wagner, Rogers, Marsh, Parker, Engel. All right, so that's 5. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Oh, an abstention? Oh, not Rogers? I'm sorry, who was? I'm trying to make sure I
Ask for a show of
heard.
hands.
Oh, show of hands. My apologies, Mr. Rogers. So show of hands for option 2. You got those, Karen and Adam? Thank you, gentlemen. Those opposed, nay? Nay. Show of hands. So 3. So option 2, calendar does pass for the next school year. And I believe that you had comments, Dr. Parker, and then Mr. Marsh may have a secondary or another motion.
You know, my follow-up comment to this is that the General Assembly needs to give us the flexibility. If this came up for a vote in the Senate, there is no question that it would pass. Absolutely no question. And I want to congratulate the North Carolina tourism industry for keeping it bottled up and not letting it come to a vote. We got an email letter from a Mitchell Armbruster. You know, I have been contacted by parents and business owners in Alamance County who have become aware that your board is considering adopting a calendar for the upcoming 25-26 school year, which violates state law. Now, he doesn't name them, so I guess it's possible. But all the way at the end of the letter, he says, we've never seen any studies showing that an earlier start date actually leads to better student outcomes, which I think is arguable. And then he says, but that is irrelevant. And that is not at all irrelevant. I mean, for me, the thing should be based on whether we get better student outcomes. Amen. And the fact that it doesn't come from the General Assembly and that we're not given this flexibility, I think is really shameful. I think the law has marginal constitutionality. There's not a rational reason that they pick a specific date. And again, I think the school system should be allowed to have additional flexibility as far as the start date. That's my comment.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Harvey, and then we'll go to Mr. Wagner. Ms. Harvey, Mr. Wagner.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone who did take those surveys and who filled those surveys out. It mattered, and it showed us where you stand and where you want ABSS to stand, and that matters. I agree with Dr. Parker. You know, the school system should be able to choose what their calendar is. It should not be based off of what no legislator think or what no state people. No, this is what is right for our school district and our kids within the school district, and that's where everyone should be thinking at all times. What is best for our kids? What is best for this school system? And that's why we have this board to make that decision of what's best for ABSS. So
Ms.
Just a
Harvey,
quick
Mr.
follow-up on
Wagner.
that. I mean, we didn't make these choices without doing our homework, without listening to the community and our constituents. But I'll tell you, with change develops leadership. Change develops leadership. And this is an opportunity for Alamance County, ABSS, to lead our community going forward. We've got to look at this opportunity as a positive opportunity to move our community forward. I just want to make that comment that change does develop leadership, and this is an opportunity for ABSS to lead our surrounding counties moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Mr. Marsh?
So just want to follow up with these guys and ladies. The reason I made my vote the way I did was because of what Dr. Parker just read, because we already knew. I mean, we knew before we got that letter that they were going to come after us, and we are. Alamance County is going to be held as an example, and if you know, just kind of follow the politics, follow all the politics, and you'll figure out what I'm talking about. But we will be used as an example, as we have been in the past. Okay. Did you want me to go ahead and make the second motion or the follow-up motion?
That is totally up to you, absolutely.
All right. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt as soon as we get the calendar A for 26-27. As soon as we see that and everybody agrees on it, I make a motion that we adopt option 1, which would change the flexibility or change everything that we're doing now for 26 and 27. That way, parents and teachers and so on and so forth know what their vacation looks like, and we can prepare that. Dr. Fleming has already asked us, requested that we do a multi-year calendar, so that would take care of that, and it would also get us to where we want to be in 26, 27.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, so I
don't know if we can do
what I think I would suggest is that you give direction to staff to return with an early start calendar for the 26-27 school year as soon as possible or by a certain date. I think it would be I don't think it would work to vote on something you don't have, but I think the board can express its request, its intention to consider an early start calendar for 26-27, and then when that comes back to the board, obviously you can debate it and vote at that time.
Ms. Johnson, can you do that?
Yes, sir.
What he said.
Yes, sir.
Right. So if Mr. Marsh amended his motion, it would be that the board has the intention to develop or to consider an earlier calendar and directs staff to develop one for consideration, or how
it doesn't have to be a motion because you're actually taking an action. I think it's clear to me, at least, and obviously if I'm wrong, say so, but that the consensus of the board is that it wants to consider an early start calendar for the 26-27 school year, and you're asking staff to bring that to you, at which point you will consider and act on it.
I'm stepping on your motion. So
I know that causes you guys a lot of extra work, but I'd love to get that done.
It's fine. Thank you.
So
can you withdraw that motion?
Send to the board.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Any other comments or discussion on the calendar at this time? Yes,
just
sir.
a comment. I know this vote, hey, we're, as a board, we're a fresher board and everything. I know this was one of our biggest votes and stuff, and then of course it's probably going to be looked at, the school board is such a divided thing over this calendar. I just think everybody had their own way that they wanted to go about it, but I feel like as an actual board, we want to see the earlier start. We want to see our students get the opportunity of having taking their exams, their EOGs, EOCs before that winter break, because we are thinking about retention. But also, I think, too, we've got to be forward thinking, like what we was talking about on 2-year calendars, getting ahead so people can be prepared. Summer camps can be prepared. What other programs probably for our students or folks can be prepared. I appreciate the words of what Dr. Parker said and what he laid out there, because he really laid out there what was some of the frustration of being a board member with just asking your community what their opinion is on a calendar. Asking the community what their opinion is, but we want our community involved. Folks are talking about parent involvement, community engagement, and everything, and then as a board, you actually do that to just ask the question. Then it's like, I can't believe you even asked the question. Well, aren't we supposed to represent these people? Shouldn't we ask them the question? Shouldn't we value what their opinion is going to be? So that is truly frustrating, a frustrating thing. And like I'll say it again, Private schools get public funding. Charter schools get public funding. They get calendar flexibility. They're not held to the same accountability standards of us as a traditional public entity is held to. People need to remember that. People need to think about that, especially when you do things and put people in certain seats.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I just want to thank you for bringing that up about the board, because I don't want the community to see this as a 4-3 vote. We are far from a split board, in my opinion. I think we all want to see option one, like Mr. Rogers said. So thank you for bringing that both to our attention as well as to the community, because I think that's an important message here tonight as we just see different ways of getting there. But any other conversation or comments? Yes, Ms. Harvey.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Johnson for all the hard work that her and her team has put into getting these calendars together. I know it can't be easy. I look at it and I'm like, Lord, how did they figure that out? So thank you so much.
Thank you to James and Emily for putting up with me.
All right, anything else on the calendar? If not, we will move to our next presentation. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
If you're okay, Miss Simpson has very little littles and she needs to put them to bed. So if you don't mind, it's still within my thing, but I'm going to jump over and do her little thing first, which is we're bringing to you tonight a proposal to be able to name the Eastern Alamance High School basketball court inside of the Tal Job Gymnasium after Coach Tim Crodish. Tim's not only known as a coach, but he's also an awesome history teacher. Having worked with him for advanced placement, he's done a lot of contributions in that world as well. Tim was a 1979 graduate of Eastern Alamance High School. He dedicated over 30 years to teaching at Eastern. He was the head women's basketball coach for 29 years. He had a 504-255 career coaching record, one of the highest win totals and win percentages in state history. He was at 8 conference championships, 6-time conference coach of the year, 3-time district coach of the year, and 3-time regional coach of the year. He was the co-creator of the Eastern Alamance Hall of Fame, and he was the creator of the Holiday Hoopla basketball tournament. And this is what it would look like. They've drawn this out if you approve for the basketball court to be named after Coach.
Questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Just a comment. I think this is a great thing for Coach Crodish. Me being a former athlete and playing basketball at Cummins and visiting Eastern and watching how he just throughout the years keeping up with that team and how he coached his ladies and stuff throughout the years and just representing Eastern Alamance and Alamance County as a whole. I just think Coach Crodish was a great coach and a great representative of our school system and of our county. So I think this is a great way to honor him. And I got some other folks that I would like to see honored in similar ways, but I'll bring that up at another time. But I think this is great for Coach Crodish.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Johnson? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Second.
Second.
Thank you all. Karen? It was either Marsh, Parker, or Marsh or Parker. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Simpson, for being here this evening. Congratulations.
All right, so now we'll get into registration. Many of you have heard me over the years say that this is probably my most favorite time of the year, probably because this is the reason that I thoroughly enjoy working in ABSS. Having had a child that came here when we didn't offer all these things excites me now to see them. Because even listening to him, he says, gosh, if only they had had it when I came. Just think about how my life would be different. So if you have a current high school student, hopefully people are listening still. If not, I hope you spread the word that parents need to be listening and talking about the opportunities we have. So if you look, all of this is available to our high school students, and you should be proud as board members that there's so much to do. For kids who say, oh, I don't need to go to school all day long, I should get early release, or I should have, office helper, I hope that parents start saying, no, we're going to take advantage of everything that ABSS has. We were sharing with our counselors and our principals last week when we met with them that middle schools now are like mini high schools, and our high schools now are like mini colleges. They're like the junior colleges, and it's where you go dip your toes into a career, and you can do it for free pretty much. And if you like it, then you keep going that route. But if you don't, then you can go dip your toe into something else before the expense really hits you. But what we see is kids who say, I'll do that later, and parents who say they'll grow up later, they can do that later. But the problem is a lot of times if our kids don't do it now, they don't do it later. So for instance, the Ames Academy that is at Graham High School, we want our kids to take advantage of this. This is where our kids can go and get a biotech certification, where they can walk into some of our lab course, some of our other things, and go right to work, making about $55,000 a year, or the courses they take can transfer to any of our four-year universities, and they then start college at a different level to even be able to make more. Our kids seem to, even though we advertise it every year and talk about it, we're at the options fair, we still have kids that don't want to do it. Now, our kids are bused over to ACC, the ones that are in the program, and they get to use that brand new glass lab that you can see from the interstate. They're using that state-of-the-art technology labs that those folks have. And why any parent would not push their kid to take those opportunities is beyond me, because everything's paid for. They don't have to pay for it. Advanced placement is offered at every one of our high schools. Those are AP classes. They're taught at the college level. If a kid takes the exam in May and makes a 3, 4, or 5, then they can earn elective credits for a lot of it. Some colleges give the actual subject level credit, but they can still earn college level credits for those. So every high school offers those AP classes. At Western, we have the AP Capstone, where those kids take a few more. You saw a lot of those kids get recognized earlier. This upcoming year, we are also offering the AP Capstone program at Southeast. Every kid who is planning on going to college should be taking at least one AP class at their high school. Every high school offers it. There's no excuse for why one kid isn't taking that. If you say, I'm going to college, then you should take one of those classes. It helps prepare you for that. C-Tech. We are actually taking all of our 8th graders over to C-Tech in a couple of weeks just so they can tour it and look at it. We're putting them on a bus, taking them over there. We are also having an open house for every parent in the district on February 4th from 5:30 to 6:30. Just because sometimes our parents don't understand what C-Tech is. They don't know where it is. And we say to parents, you don't have to let your kid drive over there. We have a lot of kids that do drive over there, but they can catch a bus to C-Tech. We provide transportation. So we want parents to come out on February the 4th from 5:30 to 6:30. We have digital design and animation, computer engineering, computer science, construction, Adobe Academy, engineering, culinary, automotive, health sciences. Our Teacher Scholar program is housed there. So much is offered there, but people just don't, it's like a hidden gem. And then when you tell people where it's at, they're like, oh, I don't know about all that. Come and see for yourself. I know that my one niece, she earned her CNA there, and she hadn't had to go to work at McDonald's. She's been able to make $22 an hour being a CNA as a part-time job. And that's what field she's going into because of C-Tech and ABSS. And you can't beat that. It didn't cost us anything because she went to C-Tech as a student. And parents are giving that up. They're not pushing their kids into going into that. Those kids that are in the engineering class and some of the computer classes, they're leaving and going over to Best Buy and working in the Geek Squad. They're making all kinds of money. These kids are brilliant, but we just need our parents to push their kids to take advantage of it. We offer CTE courses in every high school. So CTE courses, you don't just go to CTEC. You can take CTE courses at every high school. And we want to make sure that our kids see that. CTE isn't for people who aren't going to college. If you think you want to be an architect and make big bucks, then you need to take some of these CTE courses. It gets you prepared for that. So we want to make sure we do that. We have the GHS skilled trades. Some of our teachers would probably trade with our kids. Our kids that are walking out taking the welding program over at Graham High, they can walk out, go to some of these places making $60,000 as an 18-year-old. Our teachers don't make that starting out. But all because of the certifications they're getting. And we have a partnership with ACC. They supply the teacher. These classes are CCP classes. If they can't get into the daytime classes because we do have waiting lists, they can take them at night. It's incredible. But watching the kids and some of the work they've done, it's awesome. But our kids come from every high school to Graham to take these classes. Also at Graham, I'll skip over here, we have the public safety. That's where they do the 911, what's your emergency? I didn't realize how stressful that job is. I love watching the TV show. But the kids practice it, and it is, I watched them in the room one day, and I was blown away with the calls that were coming in and how our kids have learned how not to overreact, how to talk calmly, how to walk the people, the fake people, through the emergency. Our kids are going to be great 911 operators. And I thought to myself, I could not do that. It's phenomenal. Fire is coming back. So excited. Our fire program coming back. So super excited about that. And yes, we're pushing our young ladies. Women can be firefighters too. So we're pushing that. I told a group the other day, I was out at a school, and I said, you watch Fire Country on Friday night? They were like, oh yeah, I like that show. Well, then join our fire program, because maybe they'll come and see us. But that's just a good thing to do too. Also with public safety, we have our EMT EMS program. We partner with ACC to do that. If you've never been to ACC and seen that state-of-the-art equipment they have over there, phenomenal. It's like you're working on real live humans, so it's really cool. We also have the Spanish interpretation certification at CTEC. So that's where kids from all over the district, if they've taken their AP Spanish and they really want to earn the certification that allows them to go be translators. Translators make a lot of money. Some of them make $50 an hour. Our kids can go take that certification. It's 4 classes. They can take that through ACC, earn the certification, and go out and start making side hustle money like you wouldn't believe. Whether it's speaking, and some of them it's writing. But they don't have to take elective classes that they don't like. They need to be taking things they're interested in that's going to make them money. And that's what we're trying to push it home to parents about is, we're not telling your kid to sign up for one other PE class, one other art class. If that's what they're interested in, great. But if not, this is what they need to be looking at. We have our CHS Fine Arts program. We have spent a lot of money with the bonds rebuilding the Fine Arts program over there. The rooms are beautiful. The art rooms are absolutely gorgeous. Now we're going to partner up with ACC to offer for the kids across the district college level art classes that are taught by ACC instructors. So what the kids will do, just like they do at Graham, is they'll take the bus over to Cummings, take those classes, and then go back to their home school in the facility. One of the things that we want to do with ACC is when we get to the musical part is they have people that take it at night and in the day. We'd love to be able to combine the two to have a big musical performance for the community, and I think that would be really cool. We also have Collegiate Start. That is where kids go to Elon and take classes. There is a charge for that. We pay half. If there's a financial struggle, Elon does do financial aid for that. ACC, of course, anybody can take dual credit classes. There is a change this year, and I'm going to talk about that shortly and let you know about that. We have honors at every school, so that should not be an issue. We also offer the North Carolina School of Science and Math Connect program. And this is another program that I don't think kids are signing up for. So for our kids who think, oh, I want to go to the North Carolina School of Science and Math, and they leave us, which means we lose them as an ADM. There is that program, but if they want to stay with us, but just take some of the STEM and humanities classes, they can go to CTEC, and their instructors will teach them for 2 blocks virtually. Sometimes they come up and do some of the stuff in person for a semester, and then they would stay at their home school for the other half of the day. So there is also that opportunity to be able to get that type of instruction too through the North Carolina School of Science and Math. We also this year, we're excited for the Eastern families, so we want to push this out. If you have contact with any Eastern communities, we are moving in with them because it seems like they're the only school that we hadn't hit and touched into a STEM pathway. They're kind of landlocked, so we can't put a lot of cows and chickens down there and goats because they'd fall in the lake and drown. So we thought, what can we do down there? We're going to move into a STEM pathway more with the water. So we're doing like a marine science pathway where we're going to do some natural stuff with some biotech. And so we're super excited about that. Miss Simpson actually wanted to be a marine biologist when she went to college, but she decided to go the education route instead. So I said, well, we're going to let you live your dream. So they are super excited. I recruited Medora. She's going to get us started tonight or soon with our Ocean Bowl so we can take those kids to compete with that. So we are getting that pathway started for those kiddos. We're going to do some partnerships with the City of Burlington with the lakes and parks so that we can do some things with them and get out with the lakes and the rivers around here before we move to the ocean side. So we're very excited about that piece. So a lot to offer. Our Teacher Scholar program is growing. We had our first teacher start in January. She started at Elon Elementary as a special ed teacher. So our first person from our program actually is teaching with us. We have some that are coming back at the end of this semester, and Miss Anderson will hopefully be hiring those folks for next year. We are growing and recruiting every day for our Teacher Scholars. So we love that program. It's very hands-on. They're doing internships in our schools, and we're loving that, the fact that we're growing our own. So that's exciting. So you can understand why this is my favorite time of the year. Here you'll see some of the great things that we're doing, just a few pictures. Yes, we had a live mini horse. I think that's what you call it. I said it was a mini horse. Southeast is trying to outdo Southern. Southern has turkeys that you could actually ride. They're huge. I thought they were peacock or ostriches, an ostrich, but no, it was a turkey. So that's when Eric decided he had to get this horse thing because of the ostrich. So anyway, we have a lot of cool things going on that you can see. There are some changes that are coming that we wanted to let you know about because parents may think it's a bit odd and we don't want parents to be caught off guard. The first thing is the state has mandated that this year's 8th graders, starting with this year's 8th graders and every class beyond, they must develop a career development plan. Personally, I don't think it's a bad idea because it's what we've been trying to preach and tell everybody for the last couple of years. And I guess the state said, well, if people aren't going to listen, then maybe we just make it into a law. So basically what our 8th graders have been doing is they've been doing career interests. What am I interested in? What do I think I want to do? And that's what every kid should be doing. That way when they go to high school, the classes that they select align with what they're interested in. The problem with us in high school is our kids go pick classes that aren't full or classes with their friends. They don't want to be in there. So they either get in trouble or they don't want to come and then they come home and fuss with you guys and it's just a mess. If you're taking classes of things that you're interested in and you're seeing if this is what I really want, then you'll either stay on that path because you like it, or you can say, like we've had some kids in our Teacher Scholar program say, I don't like kids, I can't teach, so I'm getting out of this. And they go do something totally opposite, and that's okay. Because we would rather them do that with us than spend 2 years worth of their parents' money in college and then say, wait, Mom, Dad, I can't do this, and spend 2 more years in college and build up a debt that is hard to pay back. So every 8th grader will have a career development plan when they leave 8th grade this year. Parents should ask what that development plan is. Let me see your career plan, and then it should be revisited quite often. Another thing that is going to change, and this is new to a degree, ACC is moving predominantly to 8-week courses. They already had some classes that were 8 weeks, and they were okay. But now they're pretty much moving all classes to 8 weeks. And this has us a bit nervous, probably because we baby our kids. And we thought there were going to be some probably like math that didn't go to 8 weeks, but it looks like even the math courses are going to 8 weeks. So what that means is if I take English 111, right now if I take English 111, I'm taking it this entire semester. So when I started in January through May, I take English 111. But what will happen next year is I would take English 111 for 8 weeks, and everything that I normally learned in that whole semester, I'm going to push it and learn it and do it in 8 weeks. And then the next 8 weeks, I would take English 112. But if I fail it, if I fail English 111, because maybe I couldn't keep up or it was too fast-paced, it was a lot for me, then I probably wouldn't go to English 112. I would probably retake English 111 again. There's several things with us that we brought to the attention, and this just means that our counselors are really going to have to make sure that we're working with kids when we're scheduling. Number one, we have to make sure that our kids are ready to take those classes and that they understand that when you were taking something for a year long, now it's going to be, you only have this many weeks. So procrastination isn't going to work. The other thing we have to do, and this is, we ended up bringing, I think, half of our district to the meeting, this is going to impact athletics if we're not careful. Because our kids, what we found out when we had Todd at the table, is we brought up a list of kids, and so when they started it this past semester, we brought up a list of kids, and several kids had dropped it because they couldn't handle it. And when we looked at it, some of them were athletes. Athletes have to take so many classes a semester to be eligible to play. Because the system is slow to respond, our system and their system doesn't talk. We have to wait for them to tell us when a child has dropped a class or no longer is taking it, because our kids just don't come back and say, hey, I dropped that class. They just stay home. I mean, some kids may come to school, and very rarely, though, I'll tell you. They don't always come to school and say, hey, by the way, I dropped that class. And unfortunately, then they don't realize that that could make them. So we are in our athletic division, Todd and I are working very closely with the ADs to educate our athletes to say, if you drop a class, you got to tell us immediately because it could impact your eligibility to play. And if we catch it too late and the team has won any games, it could cause us to forfeit. We're working with ACC to make sure we know in a more timely fashion in case a kid doesn't tell us on time. But the other thing is we want to make sure with our counselors that if a child struggles, that maybe taking AP classes with us or an honors class with us might be better than doing like dual credit math with ACC, just because once they start an ACC transcript, we can't change the grade. So we tell that to our parents as well. So we say to parents, because we've had parents come back and say, hey, my child he didn't know any better, but he made a D. Can y'all change that and get that off that transcript? And we say, we don't change ACC transcripts. And so once they start that college transcript, that's their college transcript. It can impact financial aid. It can impact many things. So what we said to parents, we still want kids to be able to do dual credit. It's in our registration book. We're still going to push kids who are ready for dual credit to take dual credit. But what we want kids to understand is you're doing everything in 8 weeks, and you still have other work to do in that 8 weeks. So you're not just doing ACC work. And that's going to be a lot for some of our kids who aren't used to having to do that. So we wanted to share that with you guys. We are working closely with ACC to make sure we work together on this, because we don't want to set our kids up because it's a lot. I think this is a lot of community colleges, I think, are going this route. So I understand why ACC is doing it. We just have to really look out for our kids, because we don't want to create something for them that causes them to fail. We need to be ready for them to be able to do a good job. And we don't want them to create a transcript that isn't good or to hurt their GPA overall as well. Also, I told you about fire returning. Another thing, the state changed this. This is not an ABSS thing, so parents are probably going to be unhappy about it. Again, it is not us. So for any child that takes a visual arts class, theater and dance, so visual arts may be painting, sculpture, drawing, theater and dance, they are now recognized this way, and it won't change. So let's say that my son, he's a graphic designer, and he was really good. He had great middle school teachers. And as a mom, when he got ready to go to high school, they put him in beginning visual arts. I probably would have run over to Cummins and said, no. Have y'all seen his work? He should be in accomplished or advanced. Well, they would say to me, I'm sorry, no. The state says he is in his first year, so he will be in beginning. Well, I probably would have said, well, okay, well, let me just go on over to Vaughn Road and tell them why he's not beginning. Because I know how much money we spend on art lessons. The state says when kids enter high school, they start at beginning. Doesn't matter what they did and accomplished before that. Once they get in the class and the teacher starts grading, there is a rubric that will be given to teachers. And our teachers, we actually sent teachers today. We sent teachers who are going to train other teachers. So we sent the teachers to train the teachers today how to use the rubrics. Those teachers will train our teachers. And once the teachers start using the rubric to train, then they'll start identifying kids as to what they will be. So the art class then may have 8 beginning people, 9 intermediate, yada, yada, yada. But everybody would start there until the rubrics were started. If your child, maybe I think Travis is advanced, but maybe according to the rubric, he's in his junior year and they still have him as a beginning art person. And I'm sitting here going, no way. The teacher would probably sit down and show me the rubric and say, see, he still hasn't accomplished this. That's why he's still beginning. So you can be beginning all 4 years in high school. You have to meet everything on that rubric to move up. So parents need to know that part. The other thing that the state, and this one will be huge, especially in our vocal musical schools, just to let you know that, for the musical things, is this one also, but it starts in 6th grade, so they will be a little different. Now, any vocal or instrumental music, so this will be band, orchestra, chorus, those things, they will start out, they're called VIM now, that's what we call them. They will start with 5-level proficiency. It starts in 6th grade. You're either going to be novice, developing, intermediate, accomplished, and advanced. You can only be accomplished and advanced in high school. So people in 6th, 7th, and 8th will never reach accomplished and advanced. But I could be novice in middle school and go to high school and still be novice. But you will leave, you could leave middle school and move into something else. So if your parents do reach out to you, we just wanted you to kind of have this. It's not anything ABSS is doing. This is now what the state is making all of the arts do. And it starts this upcoming school year, just so you know. Again, it's important that you share with parents when they get that registration book that they be involved in registration. You know, if they come home and their kids say, I have a half a day free, they need to say, no, you don't, and they need to go up to the school with them. We need kids in school every day. We want kids every day, all day through their senior year. It's just important. So, any questions about registration?
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
When you might have said this and I might have missed it, when does the high school registration start?
So the counselors will start next Tuesday. They'll start registering. This year we're doing things a little differently. Instead of having the regular registration fairs like we normally do, what they decided is that we're only going to have a rising freshman night, and each high school is doing their own. Eastern's is January 30th. Southeast is February 3rd. Western is February 3rd. Cummings, February 5th. Southern, February 4th. ABEC, March 13th. And I'll have to get you Graham. Mr. Thomas was working on that today. And so we're doing the rising freshmen because the upperclassmen, they're doing those during Success Academy.
Oh, you're fine. And this is just a comment. The high school registration is always, like you said, it's an exciting time. It's a great time. I feel like your son Travis, I wish that a lot of this stuff was around back when I was roaming around in Cummings and everything, so I could have jumped in on a lot of this stuff, because I get jealous of my nephew right now. Like this semester, he's taking welding at Graham. Last semester, he got certified in Adobe and stuff, and so he was actually, cool story, he was actually able to help his grandmother with her photography business on her Adobe Pro program. He was able to help her do watermarking and all of that stuff for her. So, I mean, these programs and opportunities are great. And like on this last slide says, that cost savings is a big piece. Take advantage of it in all ways, shape, or forms. Like I tell other young men who I mentor, and then other young ladies that are in my family and that I come in contact with, take that opportunity. If there's something that you feel like you want to try, go ahead and try it out. Go ahead and jump into it. Get that moment right now while it is cost savings and free to you. While other people are arguing about the price of eggs and gas, that is free. So
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any other comments or questions for Ms. Johnson? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Harvey.
I do want to say that the things that ABSS is offering is amazing. I have an 11th grader at Cummings who is in the CCP program. So she takes her classes at Cummings, but then she also takes her classes at ACC. And it is amazing. And also just in being there, ACC also is offering what they call the Parent Promise Program. So if your child is a part of the CCP program, as a parent, you can take a free course per semester there. And also get a voucher for books, you know, as as a parent. So I think it's amazing all of the things that we're offering our students and all of the things that are out there. And parents, if you are listening, please get your kids signed up for some of these amazing programs. Like Seneca, we're saving at every opportunity we can get. But it is a lot of things that is great for our kids, and the fact that we can set them up with so much success when they graduate. So great things happening.
Yeah, those are they're great stories. Anything else for Ms. Johnson? It's always nice to hear student success. All righty. Thank you so much. I think we have one more field trip.
So the last thing that I have for you is for you, we're asking for a vote tonight. Eastern Alamance High School Student Council has the opportunity, if approved tonight, to join Southern High School in Monroe, North Carolina for the North Carolina Association of Student Councils, March 21st to the 23rd. They would be recognized as the State Honor Council. They also have students who would be recognized as well for awards. They will, because their student council would have to raise some of their money to be able to attend. But if you approve, they're ready to start that fundraising if you approve this evening for them to attend. And they are going to share a bus with Southern because there's room on Southern's bus for them to be able to ride, which would save them a little cost in the end.
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Dr. Parker.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I will now welcome Dr. Davis, Dr. Christy Davis, our Chief Student Services Officer, to the podium.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board, and Dr. Fleming. I have 3 gifts for you this evening. The first, Williams High School Athletics Department received a donation in the amount of $1,000 from Blue Cross Teal Properties. Funds will be used for girls' athletics. Next, Alexander Wilson Elementary received $1,000 from Fresh Carolina LLC. The company is committed to a reoccurring donation for the next 5 years to the school's nature trail, and this is the second installment of that reoccurring donation. So we have 3 more years. Mike Hicks, the owner of Fence Works, gifted fencing and installation valued at $2,500 to Garrett Elementary School. The fencing will enclose an outdoor space for students in the adapted curriculum classroom. So 3 gifts this month at $4,500.
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Davis. This time I will invite Mr. Hook to the podium, our Chief Operations Officer.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Fleming, I have 2 items for you tonight. The first item that I have for you is a roofing repair service contract for roofing repairs identified through the preventative maintenance contract they were in. The source of this is our capital outlay, what we call pay-go funds. These are a little bit different than the next item that I have. These are purely items that are identified through our preventative maintenance with Triangle Roofing.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Questions, comments from the board? Dr. Parker?
Are the schools listed, or is it, any comments with that?
This is a not-to-exceed contract for $50,000, and the way we're working this with Triangle Roofing, when they go out on a site to do their preventative maintenance, any issues that they discover, they're submitting back to me as an individual proposal for us to consider whether we want to do that corrective action or not with the price. So this $50,000 would get us started addressing some of those issues that they identify.
Got it. Thanks. That helps.
Any other questions from the board? You good? Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Any other conversation? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
The second item that I have is a roofing repair service contract amendment for general roof repair work orders with the same company, Triangle Roofing. This is an addendum to add $50,000 to an existing contract that we began at the outset of the year, July 1. It started with $99,500. These are work orders that are submitted through the work order system by school administrators, and they go over to maintenance. And once the maintenance director investigates and determines that they need the roofing company to come out to address the work order, they contact these through maintenance and arrange for the company to come out and address these individual work orders. So these are not items that are discovered through the preventative maintenance program. These are just reported roof leaks from schools to maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Questions?
And
Comments?
Yeah, and Mr. Hook, this is a contract that's already in place. This is just an addendum to what's already previously been approved
Yes,
through
sir.
their contract with them. Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing none, is there a motion before the
Motion to
board?
approve.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Thank you.
This time we will move into board and superintendent comments, and we will turn the floor over to Dr. Fleming for opening comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I had these printed out. I did not. Sorry about that. Good evening. I do want to wish a happy Board Member Appreciation Month to each of you. When we break to go to closed session, we do have a gift for each of you to celebrate this month and to show our appreciation. So I want to make sure everybody gets that before they leave. The snow and ice hit us a few times this month. As of this week, we no longer have any additional time, or maybe a couple hours, but not much, in our calendar for use for inclement weather days. If additional weather hits, and we're going to hope that it does not, we will need to make up days or add time to the end of the day to make up for the hours missed. Over the month of January, I've had the opportunity to share some of the great things happening in ABSS. Last week, I appeared on the Fox 8 morning show. As you know, and this is very important here, as you know, Power School, our student information system, which we are going away from, had a worldwide data breach. While this is not due to the fault of ABSS or the state of North Carolina, I felt that the number one priority was to protect our students and staff personal information. I was actually on a webinar with the CEO of Power School, and he has assured that all staff and students that were in Power School and were affected by the breach will receive free credit monitoring. And so I thought that was very important. We should receive information within the next couple of weeks and how that information will be sent out. But it'll be, if you've ever been in a data breach type situation before, it'll be a couple years of free data monitoring through one of the credit report companies. Budget season is upon us, and we have had great conversations internally as well as with county leadership. We're pushing for a late February, early March release of the budget, which is the earliest I've ever seen a recommended budget request move forward, but I do believe we can do it. The statutory deadline, I believe, for the board to approve is around May 1, has to be received to the commissioners by May 15th. We'll be way ahead of that schedule. I'm excited for this upcoming month as we kick off what will be a part of my first Teacher Leadership Academy. I know that is a big hit in Alamance County, and looking forward to that. There's Youth Leadership Academy, the 100th anniversary of Hillcrest, and then visiting It Takes a Village, which I know I have promised them a couple times I would make, and I haven't yet, but I will. And then spending additional time in our schools. Our next meeting will be our February work session on Tuesday, February 11th at 12:30 p.m. We'll discuss a facility study and our budget, of course, will be a major topic. And then we will want to discuss that before our hearing at our second February meeting as well. Again, thank you. We do have a gift for you and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Fleming?
Dr. Fleming, was that those gifts in the budget for this year? I just want to ask the question, make sure they're
Absolutely.
okay.
Are those ESSER funds?
They are not. I will have to admit, I asked when Mr. Messer was giving the budget report there for approval. The budget resolution for approval. I did lean over to our chair and I said, "Ask him if we're going to get more ESSER money," and she would not do it. So.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fleming. Who wants to jump in? Board member comments?
After a heavy meeting, I can do something kind of painless and quick. I'm not sure if we acknowledge Ms. Westbrooks, who's here as a former board member, just to say hi in the distance. I want to say how much I appreciate our board chair saying that she felt nauseated rather than nauseous. Okay, because it just
Did I get that right, Charles?
not the right. Yeah, nauseated is correct.
Thank
So
you.
that's
Thank you.
fantastic. I hope all the elementary students who are on a Science Olympiad team are practicing hard for their events. I went to the one last year, and this year it's April 5th. I think it's at ACC again, and it's fantastic. I think I spoke to every student. I know I visited all the schools that were there, and their enthusiasm and wanting to tell me what it is that they had learned and done and how well they had done is really great. Congrats to all the middle schoolers who made an all-district band. So it is 11 counties that we compete with for all-district, including Durham and Guilford, which are big counties. And so congrats. I'll be there February 1st, so you can say hi if you're not too nervous before the concert. And that's really about it. I will say I filled out the Carowinds paperwork for a band trip, and bless. I mean, it's... the bus. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Who wants to jump in next?
That was funny, Dr. Parker. But yes, I want to first just thank our cabinet for all of your hard work, Dr. Fleming for all of the work that you've put in, our educators. Cannot thank you enough for what you do every day for our students, for what you've done in our families, especially over these past couple of weeks with the weather, adjusting to the weather. I might have to give this shout out is possibly for Emily Lynn or James, whoever made that highlight of our Instagram page to show the comments that comes on whenever we do the weather alerts. It's hilarious because I know that majority of them are our students, and one of the things that they said is like Elsa did her big one this time, and it was just great to read those comments because you jump into them Facebook comments, it's a whole different lane, but that was nice to see, and that was fun. I always want to thank the people who made public comments at the meeting. As a person who used to be here a lot of times making public comments, I always know it's not easy to get up there and speak, and you feel like that 3 minutes can go by quickly while you're doing that. So always thank you to them. I'm on the board for the Alamance Partnership for Children, and I just want to say congratulations to the partnership that has been selected to receive an honor from fundraiser from the Burlington Graham chapter of Jack and Jill of America. The executive director, Cass Wolf, sent that out to the various board members today around that, so I think that's a big deal and a big congratulations to them over there at the partnership and all of their hard work that they do. And also, just a little biased shout out to Cummins track athletes that competed at the Virginia Showcase. I'm pretty sure the rest of the board received email from Coach Davis about Deanna Cotton and why can't I think of her name right now? Diamond Moore, and them competing up there. The Virginia Showcase, I'm a track athlete. That Virginia Showcase had some of the top high school athletes from across the country. One of the young men who runs for Quincy Wilson, who runs for Bullis High School out of Maryland, he's an Olympian. He was at that track meet running, and so to have some of our local athletes at that track meet competing against all of these athletes from across our nation once again shows that great athletes, great students, great educators all housed right here in Alamance County, and I cannot say that enough. So congratulations to them on those accomplishments and what they're doing every day. And also, I've enjoyed going out to our various sporting events, from the wrestling matches to the basketball games. Today I was actually talking to a parent who has a lacrosse player, and he's talking to me about coming to their lacrosse games. I told him, I don't understand your rules, but I'll be there to support. So looking forward to that. And then congratulations to all the folks who was recognized this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Hard to follow that one. I do want to give a shout out to Western Alamance High School and their state championship. I believe that's 3 soccer championships we've had in 6 years in Alamance County. We never had that in the history of our county before that, so a shout out to those folks again. And I want to thank the cabinet, and I want to thank the leadership of ABSS. We've got a great opportunity, folks, to be great. And I think I speak for the school board members. We've got a great team up here. You've got a great team there. We look forward to working with you and moving our county forward and do what's best for every child in this community, every single child in this community, not just one. I want to thank the community for their support. We ask you to come back to the meetings. Please be involved. Ask us questions, because we're here to support you and your children in this community and make our community better for all. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to all of the staff. Thank you to the teachers. Thank you to the students who show up every day. It's not easy to show up, but to make it there, to get it done, and to get another day in, that's a great accomplishment. I also don't want to sound biased, but on Wednesday, Cummings will be hosting the indoor track conference meet. So if you don't have anything to do on Wednesday, they'll start at 12:30. Get out there and see some great events. A lot of good kids out there, not just from Cummings, but across, the conference. Also, I want to shout out the wrestling teams right now throughout this district. Wrestling has just jumped a notch this year, and we have a lot of females wrestling this year, and they are bringing the heat. So I just want to shout out all the wrestling that's going on within this district, and I love to see the women who are out there competing. It just makes my heart happy. This year at Cummings, there's a lot of female wrestlers, and I mean, they are hitting the mat hard, and it just makes me happy to see that we're not holding our kids back, and we're allowing them to do the things that they want to do. So I just want to say again, just shout out to our students, shout out to the teachers. It's not easy, but you get up every day and do it, and I just want to say thank you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. You go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Marsh.
This is sports night, folks, tonight. I'd just like to congratulate Hallfields Middle School girls on the regular season win. 3 of them I coached. They're 8th graders this year. They'll be heading over to Southeast, where there's 8 there that I help coach, and they're ranked 3rd in the North Carolina 2A Conference East right now with a 12-2 record. So they're doing well. So I'm proud of all those teams and all those girls. So congratulations to them. We've got some great basketball teams here in the county. Hey, Western Alamance girls, they're really good also, and got some great players, just to name another one. So it's a great place to be in Alamance County with sports, and we've got great coaches, and I appreciate every one of them. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Mr. Marsh?
So I want to echo the other board members as far as thanking the folks that came out to speak. Our cabinet, I've said this before, that a lot of our cabinet members that have been here for a while have drank water from a fire hose, so to speak. The last 2 years that I've been on the board, I mean, it's been nothing but just like, I mean, all the time there's, they don't trust us, the community and some of our staff, that they're confused about what we're doing, up here and, in the cabinet, situation in the past. And I think that we're on an upward trajectory. I feel that you guys have hit a stride, kind of taken over in your positions. Miss Johnson, I mean, I don't even know what your job title was there for a while because you had so many. I mean, we tried to get you to be the superintendent at one time. I was trying to, chase you down and get you to take that job, as well as finance director, and there were several other things. But the teachers, I want to thank the teachers for hanging on and keeping your morale up. I just want everybody that is a staff member, from the folks in the cafeteria all the way to the top, to know that this board has seen you, and we appreciate it.
I don't know that I want to follow any of you guys tonight, but very well said for all of you. I just want to say that for committee service, I did my first Alamance Community Coalition to Prevent Substance Misuse, and then I attended the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. Both of those committees do very important work in our community. Donna Westbrooks, who snuck in during our closed session, our former board member, served on the Coalition for Substance Abuse and left some pretty big shoes to fill there. So I was able to talk to them about the calendar options that we talked about tonight, and how it would impact their work, either option, and encourage them to participate in the survey. They've got some really great things they want to do to partner with ABSS. We also reached out to the Alamance Burlington Association of Educators, and I believe I saw Miss Medora out there with us, as well as Amplified, which are two groups that are teacher-led, and they're educators. And we reached out to them for their comments and their thoughts on the calendar as well. So I appreciate that feedback from those two groups, for your efforts in pulling that together. I'm hoping that the calendar tonight, the board feels good about it, and we hope that that's a compromise for the community, to hopefully get us to where we want to be. I encourage you to reach out to your state legislators with grace and encourage them, why we should look at the calendar law. The law that was put into place in 2004. It's been 20 years. And I think that that's something that we, as public schools, the traditional K-12 schools, I think we deserve that same flexibility. We talk about equity a lot, and having that equal, or that same opportunity as our charter schools and our private schools, I think would say a lot to all of our students across the state. And just a shout out to Representative Ross and Rydell for sponsoring that bill again. They are planning to put that forth when the session opens on Wednesday. So in the interim, I think we've reached a great compromise. I was not there this morning, but I understand there was a fabulous dedication for the new playground at Garrett Elementary from Impact Alamance. So thank you to that, another great example of community partnerships. But that is all that I have. The village at Elon, they came and shared with us, I think it was the November board meeting. They are looking for volunteer tutors, and that is for juniors and seniors that are at least 16 years of age, can work with It Takes a Village program at Elon University. So there's a flyer. I know that you guys use Peach Jar. That is absolutely the most brilliant thing ever. It is on the homepage of the ABSS website. There are tons of community resources posted there throughout the year. You can search by school, or you can search district-wide. This flyer happens to be on there, as well as teachers. Any of our teachers that would like to take a paid opportunity to tutor, that would be fabulous as well. They do these weekly from 5 to 7. I've been to these and seen these in action. It is phenomenal what they do for our little people and our elementary schools. So that is all that I have. Does anybody have anything else? If not, Mr. Engel has a motion for us. I keep trying to promote you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion, we enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege. Also, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A6 to consider confidential personnel information protected under North Carolina General Statute 115C-319 and 115C-321.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Any conversation, any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We will move into closed session at this time. We are back in open session. At this time, I will welcome Miss Anderson to the podium, our Chief Human Resources Officer.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of our Board of Education, and Dr. Fleming. I'm asking that you approve the personnel report as presented in closed session tonight.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you all. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Is there any other business before the board this evening?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parker. Thank you, Mr. Engel. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for being with us